Dusan Rajovic, Lukas Eriksson, come to the first line, please. And the world champions, Mark Cavendish, Peter Sagan. Az első sorban szeretnénk benneteket látni, van még időnk a rajtig, szeretnénk, hogy ezt meg tudnánk oldani a segítségetekkel. Köszönöm szépen! Csapatonként 6 versenyző, 120 kerekes sarkozik föl itt a Sámántov előtti területen, Karcagon, hogy nekivágjon a hajdúszoboszlóig vezető távnak. Különlegesen látványos lesz a vége is, hiszen 3 kör kell lebringázni a hajdúszoboszlón. A köröket ott kell megtenni a nézők szeme láttára, vélhetően nagyon nagy szurkolással, fantasztikus teljesítménnyel, és azt gondolom, hogy tényleg nagy hangulattal. Nyilván van egy remek célstáb is a Hongrie csapatában, és ez a célstáb ott dolgozik, hogy már várja a versenyzőket, hogy ott a legjobb helyszínen biztosítsák, a legjobb hangulatot teremtsék meg a versenyzők számára. A rajtig hátralévő idő még 6 perc. Kérem a nemzeti bajnokokat az első sorban, legyetek kedvesek, guruljatok előre, és a világbajnokokat. Az egyik itt van, Peter Sagan érkezik meg ide az első sorba, 3-szoros világbajnok. Köszönöm szépen. Mark Cavendish, please come to the first line. National champions, nemzeti bajnokok, kérem az első sorba. Come to the first line, please. Matthias Vacek, Emanuel Buchmann, Emil Sliapins, Dusan Rajovic, Lukas Eriksson, és a Karcag Cycling filutás Viktor versenyzőjét, kérem Viktor, gurulj előre oda Péter Sagan mellé, tökéletes. Tartsd a tempót végig, azt kívánom. Általában már így egymás mellett, vagy voltatok már így, de akkor azonnal csinálunk egy fényképet. Teszed a kereket, Viktor, teszed. Jó, és egyre több nemzeti bajnokunk is ideér. Most Szerbia bajnokát köszöntöm, Dusan Rajovic is a sorban. Vacek is megkapja a biztató készfogást, és itt van a lett bajnok, Emil Sliapins. Ő is jön az első sorba. Ott Tudi felüli oldalon Németország bajnoka is itt van velünk, Emanuel Buchmann. A sorban egy nagyon-nagyon szép sor, egy csodálatos versenyzői gárda itt az első sorban. Hölgyeim és uraim, kedves közönségünk, arra kérem most kedves vendégeinket, hogy vegyék át az ollót a kezükbe. Tisztelettel kérem vendégeinket, hogy fogják meg az ollókat. Csak tartjuk az ollót a fotósok számára.
Ez így van, persze. Nem. Nézzük fel.
Oké, cheese. Most menjenek a fotók. Szép cheese. Oké, ezzel meg vagyunk, kérdezem a fotósokat. Rendben, akkor mehet a vágás. Cutting! Mindenki vágjon ki magának egy darabot belőle. És közben, még bocsánat, Mark Cavendish is elhelyezkedik, befurakodik. Megérkezett ide Mark Hirschi is, az 1-es rajtszámmal a nemzeti bajnok. És itt van már a svéd bajnok is, Lukas Eriksson, az első sorban. Na most mehet a vágás. Most mehet a vágás szépen. Mindenkinek legyen meg a saját darabja, ne engedjen. Zsebükbe a rajtszalag náluk maradt részét, mosolyogjanak a fotósok felé, mutassák fel, hogy büszkén, hogy milyen szép rajtszalag darabjuk van. Arra kérem, polgármester urat, hogy legyen kedves a szalagot a zsebébe, és ugyanazzal a mozdulattal ráncson elő egy mikrofon. Elrejtettő, még itt polgármester úr zsebébe egyet. Szeresít urat kérem meg nagy szeretettel arra, hogy legyen kedves, mint szakaszkétnök. Köszöntse meg! Everyone! Köszönöm szépen, tisztelettel kérem polgármester urat, hogy legyen kedves, vegye át a rajtzászlót, és a zsűrikocsira kell figyelnünk, a verseny igazgatója előbújt a zsűrikocsiból, most már körbekérdezett, és fél polgármester urat, fogja meg a zászlót, figyeljen Silura, a verseny igazgató a piros színű autótető ablakán bújik elő, és amennyiben ő úgy érzi, elindul karcokról!
The officer start has given the race has started. Today we will have three intermediate sprints. The first one at kilometer 41.5 is accurate. The second one at kilometer 119 riders in the camp. 162, Rózsabalázs from Econet, rider 184, Walters from Via Baguette and rider 160. The advantage of the takeaway rider is 1 minute 10 seconds, 1 minute 10 seconds. 55. is 3 minutes and 8 seconds, 3:08. 5 kilometers, the telephone driving of Bucharest left, 4 riders and 8 driver advantages, 3 minutes 10 seconds. Gap is 3 minutes 15 seconds, 3:15.
Rechts voor de auto, rechts voor de auto.
Your rider is also in the track. rider 123 calling. That is 3 minutes 12 seconds 312. Team managers would like to draw your attention to a bad road section coming at kilometer 34. There is a narrowing of the road, so please take care. Rider 24 is calling. J4 Rider 24 is calling. gap is 2 minutes 35 seconds. 2:35.
66 kilométernél
destiny, local destiny, arrival is calling, rider 103, calling local destiny. traffic, 2 minutes and 7 seconds, 407.
Ik heb ze even gezien, ja, maar...
Your rider is calling, rider 32 is calling, limit that. Gap is 1 minute and 45.
Of the week. We're starting with some relatively cool weather today, 70 degrees centigrade, pleasant really. We're heading from Kotzag to Hajdu Suboslo, the Great Plain of Hungary today. And while that wind isn't particularly strong, it is really wide and open countryside. It'll be interesting to see if that has any influence on the proceedings today. We're heading out of the beautiful town of Kotzag today, in the North Great Plain region of central Hungary. It comes from the original Turkish word Korsak, which means Corsac fox. Founded in the 13th century after the first Mongol invasion, King Bela IV settled the Kumans here. 18,000 people, fifth largest city in Hungary, and that's the stepping off point for this 45th edition. The early running not going to be particularly challenging for the riders, and that little section there that you see on the screen is into a pretty much a crosswind scenario. And then we come to a finishing circuit of 19.1 kilometers, 3 times round, some intermediate sprint points to be distributed, and then flat out blast to the line. Final 3 kilometers, absolutely straight. Pan flat today, just a smidgen over 300 meters of climbing, which means there's no climbing at all. We're heading towards the beautiful hot springs of Hajdu Suboslo. They went looking for oil and gas here back in the early 1920s. Didn't find the oil and gas, but they did find the beautiful hot springs, so they made this particular town an important destination point for local and international tourism ever since there. It's Hajdu Suboslo, a destination point today. These are the scenes at the start earlier on today. A couple of hours of racing in the race of the riders as at the leaping off point, Mark Cavendish leading the field, and almost inevitably and absolutely immediately we had a breakaway group of 4 riders. No smiles for Peterson for a while. It's his first race of the season. He's already had his first crash of the year. These the difficulties for the Slovakian superstar. A couple of his teammates hitting the deck, a couple of riders from the Lotto Destiny squad as well. All riders quickly back on their bikes, so no lingering after effects of that one. We've had 1 intermediate sprint so far. That was taken by Volter, the Czech rider. And Martin Volter has the early lead on GC because 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds for the first of 3 intermediate sprints today. We'll have another couple at the finish line as we make our way through to the conclusion today. 3 laps of a 19.1 kilometer circuit. A while to go before we reach that. This is your breakaway group, which have retained their advantage. Maximum lead today of about, 3.5 minutes? Something in the order of about 3.5 minutes. They've kept them on a relatively tight leash today. Sprinters know this is a nailed-on opportunity for them. So the 4 intrepid raiders today in a bit of an echelon formation there. So I think that's kind of describing what I was talking about. Not an absolute, it's not exactly blowing a gale, but what wind there is whipping across a wide open plain. And as I say, absolutely flat, so no interruptions to the progress of the wind. Very few trees, not too much in the way of hedgerows or bushes or stone walls or some more hills. So the wind there is blowing right across the riders from their right, as you can see, from their left, and they have just stepped into a bit of irrational formation at the front of the main peloton, which has been controlled, as you might expect, by the Jaco Alula squad. And why would you expect that? Because they have in their number none other than Dylan Groenewegen, one of the fastest men in world sprinting, and surely the red hot favourite to that. Although it hasn't been a hugely productive year for the I was going to call him a beefcake sprinter. That's potentially a scurrilous and pejorative term, but he certainly is a unit. And I was looking at him at the hotel earlier on today, and I tell you, Dylan Groenewegen is a rider of immense power and strength, and a wonderfully sculpted rider whose legs are like tree trunks, and they go like the clappers when they go to the finish line. But as I say, hasn't had a huge... he won his first day out in Almere right at the beginning of the season. He's had some decent results since then, but hasn't actually broken the beam first in a major event since then. So Dylan Groenewegen is looking to improve on his couple of stage victories in the Jaco Alula squad, which are considerably skilled again. They've got numerous options, not just for the sprint, but also for general classification, among the teams that are going to take responsibility at the front of the peloton. Meanwhile, we've picked out Thibaut Nace, who is a rider who's pretty hot at the moment, isn't he? His form is absolutely stunning. His performance last week in the Tour de Vendée in Switzerland has propelled him to favourite status. Maybe not to win the race overall, we'll see. We've got a 12.5-kilometre climb coming up on day 3. That is an awesome and daunting prospect. But you know what? I think the kind of form he's on, he certainly has a potential for top 10 on general classification. Certainly the stage 4 opportunity as well is going to be fascinating. There's another stage after the big climbing assault on Friday on stage 3, which is going to be really interesting, and we'll see how that one plays out. It's sort of an up and down wall stage that comes on stage 4 from Budapest to Etyek. Final day to Pech as well is pretty demanding. There's a couple of second category climbs and a little bit of a peak up to the finish line as well. It's a bit of a slow burner. So the third, fourth and fifth stages going to be a little bit demanding for the sprinters. First and second stages, it's all about them, I think, how they decide to play it. Tomorrow is certainly a little bit more demanding. There are a couple of third category climbs along the day. The second of them comes relatively close to the finish line, and then there's another little spike in the profile which could potentially be a difficult moment for one or two of the flat Earth Society riders. So today everyone's going to be keyed up for this one. And fascinating as well to see the Astana squad ever present at the front. Mark Cavendish incredibly close to the front. He's got his lead out crew, Gleb Soritz is there close in attendance with the former world champion. I think the potential for a little bit of crosswind excitement has informed the sort of the way that they're laid out at the front of the peloton at the moment, the way that the teams are organised. So we have got Tour de Hongrie 2024, the 45th edition of this event. We've got 5 stages in total, 851 kilometres of racing. All adds up to about 7,871 metres of climbing. There's virtually none of that today, so it's all about the sprinters on day 1. A couple of sprint days, then we have 3 choppier days, and the third day will radically re-alter and reimagine general classification and give us a sense of who's going to win this race overall. And today, it's an opportunity for the breakaway riders. But should Volter take all 3 sprints today, he will have 9 bonus seconds, well up on general classification at the end of day 1. Albeit it is certain that the winner of the stage will take 10 bonus seconds, and therefore Ergo cannot not be in the lead overall unless one of the riders from the breakaway also happens to get up in the sprint afterwards, which pretty much almost never happens. They need to stay away. They are not likely to do that because this main peloton is being towed along in an impressive style by the Jaco Alula squad, and interesting to see that the Little Trek squad have moved up as well. Q36.5, they've got a load of riders that made this race well. They've done well in it in the past. And watch out with interest to see how the likes of Matteo Moschetti, who won a stage in this event back in 2018, can get on. he knows the finisher. At least he knows the finishing town. The finish line has changed, but it's sort of never present in this particular event. The Tour of Hungary organisers like to move things around. They like to take it to all over the country and to as many different towns and villages and major destinations and locations to showcase the country, to every year to give us something stimulating, something a little bit different for the riders. And I think also for the local populace as well, that the race comes every now and again, and you get to see this event, which is very much established, particularly in the last 20 years, has really established itself on the sporting calendar of international events that are presented here in Hungary. They do great bridge here as well. We're going to be seeing quite a few bridges today, mostly the traditional multi-arched variety. Is that a suspension bridge? Cantilever bridge. Write in and let me know if you've got some major engineering, civil engineering knowledge. At DQ Sports, if you want to get in touch. Comments, questions, always welcome. And Mark Cavendish is having a little look around. They've got major sprint potential in this particular event. Mark Cavendish has not had a great year, it has to be said. Postponed his retirement plans for one last tilt, taking that record number of stage victories in the Tour de France. Particularly, he's taking the record in a solo situation. He shares it with Eddie Merckx, of course. 34 wins, and Cavendish would like to have that, and he was persuaded to get going again this year, and it hasn't been a great year. Having said that, I was at the Tour of Turkey a couple of weeks ago, and on the final, or what turned out to be the final stage into Izmir, they cancelled the last portion ticket, the second last day into Izmir, Mark Cavendish looked like the form was starting to come a little bit. He was really brilliantly led out by Davide Ballerini on that occasion. Were it not for mechanical malfunction inside the final 300 metres, I think it would have been very interesting to see just where he would have finished there. I think he was kind of nailed on for a top 5, maybe even a top 3, and maybe even better than that. We'll never know now. We'll never know, frustratingly for him, but I think will have been encouraged by that, because it was a tough enough week up to that point. Some climbing stages which ended up in reduced group sprint finishes where there were lots of riders, lots of fast sprinters were distanced. Attempted to catch Mark Cavendish out. The form not great for getting over the mountains, but he did on a flat stage still. Has an opportunity. There's another man who might fancy his chance as well, from the European champion Emil Viviani from the Ineos Grenadiers squad, just poking his nose in the wind for as little time as possible. There's a bit of a sense that there's something brewing here. Is it just that they've been given an instruction to make sure you're in position, but you just had a sense that everybody had been had a sort of collective sense of worry, and it's often the case, isn't it, that the teams in the team cars behind are giving the instruction, right turn coming up, make sure you're in position, make sure that you are as close to the front as possible, because you never know, things might kick off a little bit, and then everyone gets the instruction. While the crowd's out in force here, I can tell you they've been pumped up a little bit by the fact that there's a publicity caravan going ahead of the event, and lots of little sort of floats and brightly decorated vehicles have preceded this event by about half an hour, 45 minutes or so. And got everyone psyched up for the arrival of the big show. 119 riders, relatively small peloton, 20 teams in total, as I said, 8 at World Tour level, so it's a pretty decent representation from the highest echelons of the event. But just 6 rider teams. One of them coming up short of them was the DSM squad, just with 5 riders. And I always love the races where there are fewer numbers of riders in the team. It's much more difficult to control. It then, I suppose, in some ways leads to a situation where the sprinters teams aren't so keen to give too much rope to the breakaway effort, so it's almost counterproductive. But if there is any sort of change in topography or the weather conditions prevail to such an extent that you're getting the crosswinds that you need to create a little bit of racing action, much more difficult to control. It leads to a lot of fascinating racing. I think time for a bit of a name-checking these riders. They've gone fourth to try and multiply their advantage and doing a solid job today. 1.5 minutes they're hanging on to, long way to go to the finish line, but they should, you would imagine, make it to the finish line at the first time of asking. First arrival at the finish line is just something in the order of about 57.3 kilometres to go. So just over 13 kilometres before we see the riders at the finish line, and they're going to look at the finishing circuit. Let's calm down a little bit. The Lidl Trek squad just with Moscow at the front, just got a feeling that it was all going to brew up there a little bit. Mark Cavendish, and if he's on the front like this right now, you just feel that it's one of two situations. One, he's not sprinting, and it's going to be for close ball, which could well be the case. Or two, he's just been reminded, and he has been ever vigilant, that there is the potential for splits in the crosswinds. So we'll see how this plays out for the Estonia squad. Badilati, I think, will be a man who will look with great interest to what's on offer, particularly on stages 3 and 4, and potentially on the final stage 5 as well. Swiss Climate is part of a Q36.5 Pro Cycling team that are all pretty keen on this. He was 4th in general classification back in 2020. Badalati's going to keep his powder dry, so to speak, as long as possible. Bad news for the break. Their gap coming down, showing at about 124 there. There's always, or often, a little bit of a difference between what's on the chalkboard, and it is a chalkboard, fascinatingly enough, not a whiteboard here. Like old school, sometimes. This is training. But yeah, suffice it to say, it's very controllable for the sprinters. It's an extraordinary natural creation, isn't it? And the race is created by fire. Yeah, where fire led to water. Remarkable. A source of great delight to the local livestock, which aren't much of evidence at the moment, are they? This is agricultural land, which is all about horrible. Up front, and I still haven't given them their due regard, which is a roll call of your breakaway riders. Went from the second the flag came in to start the race. 4 riders straight up the road, and the elastic threatened not to snap for a little while, but there was representation from the Hungarian national team, as you would expect. Number 196, Victor Filucas, 27-year-old local rider, born in Budapest, but he ordinarily races with the Kocak team these days, and so they absolutely definitely had to have representation in the break. His fellow countryman Balázs Rossa is 28-year-old Hungarian. He's with the Eprinex squad, which is their local continental level team. So a couple of Hungarian teams, the national team and the Division 3 registered UCI squad present in the bunch. Eprinex in the yellow and blue, as you see there. And Rossa in the break. Rossa up in the break up front. Euskaltel have Michael Biscara, 34-year-old Spaniard from the Basque Country, who's well known for his escapades in the breakaways. Pretty useful GC rider as well on his day if the form is right. And in 4th rider was Martin Volto from the Baguette squad, which we've heard might be the case in the last couple of weeks since Eddie Sagan signed for his nationally registered squad. Jacopo Garnieri, he's a pretty good sprinter in his own right, but he's got a young man, and there he's just turned on the bottle to Jarno van der Paar, Belgian rider, breakout year for him. won the Grand Prix JP Montserrat in Belgium a couple of weeks ago. He also finished second to Alexander Kristoff in the Belgian one-day race just last week as well. So he's on fine form and a great option for the Lotto Destiny squad. A couple of their riders hitting the deck actually earlier on. Matthias Paskens has been back to the medical card to get a little bit of extra attention to a scuffed elbow, but all the riders up and back in. So no sense that there's any lingering after effects of that. You'll probably hear the sirens wailing from the police vehicles that are preceding the event and heralding the arrival imminently of the first riders in this first stage of Tour de Hongrie. Rider in the front at the moment doing great work for Team Jaco Lula. There's your Roll of Honour. Mark Hirschi's back to defend his title. Eddie Dunbar just crashed out of Giro d'Italia. Damien Howson is back as well. So two of the last three winners present in the field this year. Gila Walter is the local superstar who's otherwise engaged. And some big names have won this event over the years, and it's kind of developed, particularly in the last 20 years, and most especially in the last 4 or 5 years. It's become just last year actually, it stepped up another level. It became a pro team, Pro Tour, European Pro Tour, UCI Pro Tour event, and that's Pro Series. It's easy, you gotta tell, isn't it? I do that for 4 hours a day, maybe 5. And then do it every day for a week, and then go up every decent hill we can find in this country and sprint at the end of it. Number 184 on the front is Volta, the Pierre Baguette rider. 22-year-old Czech is the youngest rider in this breakaway at the moment. Got some decent results in national level events this year. These little string of top 3s and 4s in Czech national level racing, but UCI level racing, it's a different thing altogether, but seems to be giving a good account of himself in the break, and obviously a decent sprinter. Yeah, it will be fascinating to see what the Astana team do. All eyes, as you might expect, on their former world champion, Mark Cavendish, and the work that he's done in recent weeks to get himself fitter and get himself better prepared for the battles to come. Tour de France looming. Still a way to go before we arrive in July and the big decision to be made, but at the moment, he needs to find a little bit of form, and the Tour de Hongrie offering him a great opportunity to do further prepare himself for the battles to come, and no better rider indeed for getting himself right for when it needs to be. It's a tough old Tour de France this year, isn't it? It's a complicated looking route. It's fabulous, that, isn't it? And Hungarian mounted cavalry, you know, I think the two about horsepower, don't they? There's a Persican van out there. And kicking up the dust in support of the riders in Tour de Hongrie. Nonchalantly, I think it's hilarious, isn't it? You can just see those riders on the bike path absolutely flying along, and their body language telling you that it's quite demanding and difficult. And then you look at the front of the peloton, they're almost languid, isn't it? The style, you know, betrays the true power and ability of these riders, with the equivalent into thinking it's just a promenade. It is, for riders of this caliber, relatively controlled, and certainly won't be too demanding to prevent anyone from maintaining the position in the lead group. Nevertheless, it's pretty impressive. This is Isselstecker, number 164 for the Equinox squad. They've got Adam Christoph Karl, who's quite a useful sprinter. And Isselstecker, who's a fellow Hungarian countryman. Is going to be a good opportunity for them. Keeping out a solid rhythm, aren't they? Pierre Baguette's moving up. Jakob Riemann trying to stay a little bit closer to the head of affairs, just in case things get a bit frisky. And that's a pretty good policy for Pierre Baguette, because, yeah, actually two of their riders, including none other than Peter Sagan. Why is Peter Sagan road racing, you're probably asking? He's retired, he's out of that. Well, he didn't retire from cycling entirely, and he does still have ambitions in the cross-country mountain bike race at the Paris Olympics coming up in the next couple of months. Having said that, it's been, to say the least, a very, very difficult preparation for the 3 times former world champion, and 7 times, of course, the winner of the points classification of the Tour de France. Sagan stepped away from the road racing at the end of the winter, trying to refocus, or at the end of last season, to refocus his thoughts on off-road activity. Then underwent a couple of operations on his garage to clear that fibrillation, cardiac fibrillation, or whatever the correct medical terms. I'm sure there's something a little bit more detailed and complicated than that in Latin. In nature, and he's actually undergone 2 procedures, but the medical crew are absolutely satisfied that he's fit and ready and able to resume his spot in major international cycling. And the Pierre Baguette squad is actually run by his brother Jura, who was his teammates at several of his teams over the years. Most of them, indeed. Jura is now the figurehead in the sporting director of this Pierre Baguette Slovakian development team, which is sponsored by a bakery, a bread producing company. Baguettes among the particular products that they can deliver. And we have decided that they want to make a bit of a splash. So Peter Sagan has been encouraged to go and do a bit of road racing. Road racing, of course, can be great for building a base, being a really solid endurance base. You get lots and lots of mileage done, build the engine, and then, just for a moment, a little bit of a difficult moment for the Hungarian representative of the Hungarian national team, Victor Filutas, who's back at the team car, but quickly fixing that one. And finding himself in a huge gear, I think. Yeah, he races with the Kateg Cycling, which is it's a club outfit. It's sub-UCI. It does have some history in the continental peloton, as indeed do these riders. Well, at the back end of their careers, a couple of world champions, and the Briton Mark Cavendish, 18 years a pro. 163, decent numbers, yeah, and slightly better. Of course, Peter Sagan has those 3 world championships and 7 green jerseys in the Tour de France. So amazing statistics, amazing accumulation. More of an all-rounder, really, Peter Sagan. And Mark Cavendish, surely the standout sprinter of his generation. Indeed, he's straddling a couple of generations of sprinters at this stage. You've seen them coming in. He is seeing them coming in at the ages of sort of 19, 20, 21. And he must be thinking, I recognise some of that vim and vigour and attitude, that speed, that raw power, and also the confidence that goes with it. Cavendish retaining a seat at the top table into a 19th season. Down to the final 60 kilometres, you can say that's an hour and a half, maybe less. I think on these flat roads we're going to see that as being a little bit less than that. pace is only going to go upwards for these four on the front. Biscata in the orange is clearly the least tall of the riders. Stage win in Vuelta Aragon in 2018 when he took second overall in that event. Also has a stage third place on a stage of the Volta Ciclista Catalunya, which is a significant result for any Spaniard or any rider from the Iberian Peninsula. No stunning outcomes from this year, apart from the victory in the mountains classification of Volta Comunitat Valenciana. So he won the breakaway prize, really, the mountains classification of Valenciana at the beginning of the year. And maybe has his eye on, well, it won't be the mountains today. No mountains points up for grabs. UAE with thoughts. Diego Alisi might be a man to watch out for, particularly on the final stage, and indeed the fourth stage as well. But you feel confident that the U18 Emirates squad will set up for their defending champion, Mark Hirschi, the Swiss national road race champion, one of many national road race champions in this event, including Manuel Buchmann of the Bora Hansgrohe squad. And they've got a twin-pronged opportunity. Ben Zwiehoff as well is a superb climber. And the two German riders with the Bora Hansgrohe squad representing riders of considerable climbing ability. Bora Hansgrohe also have Sam Welsford, the Australian sprinter, in their lineup, who I think had been hoping to go to the Giro d'Italia, but a little bit of an alteration to their lineup. Danny Van Poppel went instead, so Sam Welsford be having that, no doubt, and looking for an opportunity to regain the form that has made him one of the standout prospects in the last couple of years. Slightly behind the slower schedule, but then the schedules are pretty sparky, so we're something in the order of about 42, 43 kilometers an hour average speed to this point. And that's slower than the slowest anticipated schedule. I can tell you just how fast these guys ordinarily go. We're going to make a right turn, and this is going to take us to the finish line. First time of asking 3 full laps. They're getting the crowd wound up here, and the crowd are here in force, banging the boards to welcome the first riders at the head of the Tour de Hongrie. Stage one, across the finish line just in front of us here. Riders Biscata from the Euskaltel squad in orange, Rossa from the Equinox squad in the yellow on the front at the moment. Volta from Pierre Baguette is second in line. Pierre, national team representative is so 4 up front. Just 3 laps on 19.1 kilometer circuit to do. Team in the back here, Balance squad, Italian Division 2 registered team. Bagatine actually off his bike earlier on today, needed a bike change. So the big peloton not too far in arrears at this point. The standard squad it's a strong run. Multiple opportunities. It'll be interesting to see what Astana have planned for this one. Mark Cavendish, of course, part of their number. I have a feeling he will go sprinting today, but you never know. I mean, I would have expected him to be further back in their lineup, so it may well be that they're actually thinking about setting up for Case Ball, who's on some decent form. He too is a rider, probably due to win, but nonetheless was signed as a rider who would dedicate himself to the needs of Mark Cavendish. Baseball, the big Dutch sprinter can also in turn call on the assistance of best lead out man in business, Michael Murku. Saritsa as well. He's a big, powerful sprinter, Saritsa, and same just in front of Mark Cavendish at the moment. And then they've got another pod, which is Michael Morkel with those Danish national champions stripes at the end of his blue sleeves in front of baseball. So they're doing sort of a multiple pod option. I think so. See how things look when we get a little bit closer to the finish line. Way to go before we get there. At the moment, we're riding our way through one of the most important resort towns in all of Hungary. Hajdu Zoboslo. 1925 when they found the thermal spring water. And they were drilling for oil and gas. The name dates back to the early 1600s when Ivan Bocskai, Prince of Transylvania, provided small holdings for 700 Hajdu cavalrymen. Represented, no doubt, by those mounted horsemen a little earlier on in traditional garb. Wearing the colours with pride out front in his home national tour, starting from his regular club team's location. Katzak today, and I feel confident we'll see Hungarian national representation up front throughout the week. They also have Marton Dina among their number as well. Second overall back in 2019, 3 top 10 finishes, and probably the red-hot nailed-on favourite for the Hungarian best Hungarian rider jersey. That's one to watch out for. Felitas has given himself a shot at today. If he takes bonus seconds along the way and finishes in the bunch, there's a really good shot that he could be heading to the podium today to collect that white jersey as a leader of the Hungarian riders classification. So it's going to be hard fought across the week, but Dina, when it comes to the climbing, he's a pretty good all-round bike rider. They also have Barnabas Peak, the Hungarian national team. He's not a bad sprinter. Seems to be sort of hustling in amongst them. It's kind of looking testy there, isn't it? The sense that Russell, the Equinox rider, I don't want to make an effort to get back on. I think the main peloton could be giving the breakaway a little bit more rope here. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on this to see if the gap goes out. No great concern in that main peloton at the moment. interesting to see Callum Scottson doing the work in the front of the peloton for the Team Jaco Alula squad. Had him lined up as the potential GC option for them. Also got Rudy Porter who can climb a bit. Maybe, just maybe, Callum Scottson needs the mileage. Alessandro Covi down the back of the peloton. Just making his way back on. Covi from a crack. UAE Team Emirates squad, as you can see there. He's already tasted glory in his home national tour. Maybe he's had a pretty busy last few weeks as well. Plenty of racing. And didn't get around Eschborn Frankfurt on last Wednesday. Evgeny Gadik as well, doing great work for the Astana squad. Mark Cavendish is certainly staying close to the front. Michael Murko setting up just in front of Chris Ball, so maybe for Ball today. They'll be collecting bottles. He'll move those just for himself. Go back to the team first. He does. Oh, he doesn't know what's going on. So he'll pick up a bottle and deliver that to his teammates. Alvaro Hodge is their sprint option, the Colombian rider, whose sort of progress has stalled a bit in the last couple of years. We'll see whether Hodge has what it takes to go up against the very biggest names. He hasn't really had much in the way of results. Indeed, he hasn't had much racing. Non-finisher at Paris-Roubaix just over a month ago. Ditch on the front and followed in turn by Callum Scottson, just in front of him as well. The Jaco Alula squad are splitting their options. Of course, they'll in turn then switch around when it comes to Friday and look towards the supporting Callum Scottson and Rudy Porter. But for today, it's all about Dylan Hunnewagen. All this great work being done by Scottson and Porter means that the likes of Kelland O'Brien, Campbell Stewart, our riders, they're available to set something up for Hunnewagen. So you feel like the greatest attention and the greatest focus is on their sprint potential. So Zere Benedetti just in front of his teammate, and GC leader Emmanuel Buchmann. Benedetti is selfless domestique Polish rider. Very experienced rider in the peloton at this point. And peloton certainly still, well, particularly in the front row at any rate, in a sort of in an echelon formation, and then further down it's into sort of various strata of echelon. But they're not pressing on the pedals to the point where it's going to create splits. And it is forcing plenty of domestiques to ride in the wind, keeping their riders sheltered. No such luxury really for these riders up front, albeit they do fan out a little bit to the right of Bizgarra. And inside 50 kilometres remaining now of this 166-kilometre first stage of Tour de Hongrie. It's the second shortest stage of the week, albeit the longest stage of the week is just over 180 km, 183 km coming up on Friday. So there's not much difference between shortest and longest. There's Mark Hirschi, the Swiss National Road Race champion, back to defend his title. What a mercurial figure he is. Low, hot and cold. Stunning talent. And UAE Team Emirates rider, I think, is the warmest of favourites. He's had a decent season already to this point. If the form is good, it's going to take some beating. just a sign of the Tour de Pro cycling riders on the left-hand side of your picture. They've got Lucas Ericsson, the Swedish national road race champion, among their numbers. But they also have Yanni Vossal, and I'll be interested to see how he has honed his form to this point. He won a stage, won a great stage last year. It propelled him to third overall in the bike race at the end of the week, and was something of a breakout performance for Yanni Vossal. He's continued to rubber stamp that performance with some decent, consistent GC performances, including a top 5. A top 6 was in the Giro Abruzzo in Italy just a few weeks ago. Vossal's an option for the Swiss-registered team in the black jerseys. Well, he's in the chain gang today. And out there making a name for himself, and for Pierre Baguette, who have certainly made a name for themselves in the last few weeks. The acquisition of the 3 times world champion Peter Sagan already a great dividend and benefits to that team in terms of brand recognition at any rate. Martin Volter, 22-year-old Czech, Hongrie. As I mentioned, no standout results at the UCI level, but he's got what, a 3rd, 5th, a 4th, a 3rd, all in Czech national events. 7th at the Skoda Cup last week. 4th overall in the Tour of Malopolska in Poland in 2023, so some decent results last year. Van Wegen has had some good results over the years, to say the least. 4 times a stage winner in the Tour de France, among other things. I'll be fascinated to see how he can build on his performances this year, and whether he's been there or thereabouts, knocking on the door of a really big result, but Van Wegen hasn't been able to add to that single victory from the start of the year. 30-year-olds taking the win just to the right beginning of the year, 20th of January indeed, Tasca Comunità Valenciana. Since then, 2nd place finish in the Alula Tour, 7th and 6th place finishes in the big sprints at UAE Tours, like Sprinters World Championship, that one, so no shame in not quite making the top step there. Jim Roller was winning for fun, wasn't he, in that particular one. Paris-Nice, he managed 3rd place finish into Montargis, getting the top step. And lately, in the Kushkad, in the Bredene Kushkad Classic in Belgium, he was 2nd, and then at the beginning of March, 3rd in Scheldepass, which is another sort of Sprinters World Championship. If Van Wegen with something to find, another man who has a little bit of form to find is Elia Viviani, and former European champion with the Ineos squad. With Oscar Rodriguez to go for GC, Viviani will be, I think, psyched up for this one. 35-year-old Italian. Hasn't raced since Paris-Roubaix. Another man coming back. I wonder how refreshed he is from his exertions in the early part of spring. 2 2nd place finishes, the summit of his achievement this year, albeit one of those at World Tour level in the Santos Tour Down Under in January, and 2nd of the Surf Coast Classic at the end of the 1st month of the year. Not much to show from it since then, so for Viviani, Colorado will be fired up. After a little time away from racing. Time away from racing doesn't mean that they weren't doing anything, by the way. They weren't on holidays. Very often have been on extended training camps. It can be very demanding indeed. For some riders, they're a bit of a drudge in that you don't have the stimulation. Some riders struggle to get that stimulation if there isn't a white line at the end of it. You've got to, some riders just need the thrill of competition to really get the juices flowing. Riders love the structure of team camps, don't they? They really like that you can, everything is precise, everything is laid out, and you know exactly what you're doing, and every minute and hour of the day. Stay in one hotel and then unpack and settle in for a while. So it does come with its advantages, and then away from the distraction of family and friends as well. Some riders will feel they'll get their best work done in training camps. Other riders will feel, I really need to go racing in order to get that development to be taken up to a new level. Happy birthday, Christian Sparagli. There's a couple of birthdays here today, actually. Just trying to remind myself of the other rider who's 22. Spragli's slightly more advanced in his career. 33 today. Happy birthday to the Italian, former sprinter of some ability. He's still a pretty fast sprinter. If it's a reduced group and a less complicated finale, I think Christian Sparagli will be certainly around to watch out for. Having said that, though, the Team Corotec Vini Fantini squad have Sparagli there is to try and organise things in the lead out for Jakub Mareczko. 3-stage victories in this particular event in the past. Mareczko, an Italian sprinter, will be one to watch out for. They also have Nicola Bonifazio, who's fearless descender and very fast sprinter in his own right. But surely it's going to be for Mareczko. Let's see how it pans out at the end of the day. Team Corotec, Vini Fantini. On stretched out, looking as big as it could. 119 riders in total. We've got 115 of them in shot, more or less. There might be one or two back in the cars at the moment. Zero stress scenario. The finale, by the way, you'll see they will make their way to the finish line. Next visit, next appearance is that long away. Yeah, they'll reach the finish line next time of asking. Second pass, 38.2 to go. So just over 5 kilometres for the leaders out front. And here's the closest thing to a mountain we've got on today's stage, so an opportunity for distribution of bottles and feed bags. No panic at the back of the peloton. Down the back for the TBT Unibet cycling team. They've made a bit of a name for themselves this year, haven't they? To a second division pro team level. 6th overall in the Tour of Turkey of late. And Amber Lux could be one to watch out for. The big times to come later in the week. Moscatel represented in the break today by Mikel Vizcarra. Super job. The Chronic squad as well will feel that they must be in the break this week in order to justify their status and justify their invite, basically. Get the invite you got to do. The corn, we'll see how Adam Carr gets on in the sprint later on. It's the 4th time that this particular squad has appeared in the Tour of Hungary. And the Hungarian team, sort of ever-present really. Indeed, as their standout rider. This event stretches back to the early 1920s, 1925. recent years, I say it's kind of developed in stature at Division 2 level. UCI Pro Series event, and I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in years to come. I understand that the race organisers would dearly love to step up to World Tour level. Requires extra funding. So you've got to find the right slot in the calendar. Neither of those challenges is exactly the work of a moment to achieve. Even if you have the funding, it can be hard to get the stars to align in order to find the right slot in the calendar that suits the race organisers' needs and also suits those that are making the calendar at the UCI. Slight change in lineup by the Astana squad. I'm just going a little bit further back. And blowing kisses, T-Bone Ace. Feeling good, feeling relaxed in the company of Camille Bonu, his fellow countryman from Belgium. Well, it could be one to watch out for the general classification as well. 10th overall in 22 in this particular race for the Team Flanders Balwal squad. T-Bone Ace, cyclocross superstar in the underage ranks, coming up through and absolutely flying. Second on the stage as well, if you remember, in 2023 as well last season, so he knows the race, knows the vibe. Cavendish has dropped back in the field. They've just stepped there for a natural break or whatever, going back to the team car. The riders coming back up. I see another lap. At least I can go back to the start of the bike path. This is the first sight we're getting of what the finale looks like. It's sort of tail crossy a bit there, isn't it? The final 3 kilometres are an absolute flat-out drag strip, straight line. He's up, impressed. Even with electric power, it's tough to keep up with these guys. On the left-hand side, down the back, as I mentioned, 16 Tour of Turkey. Keep his nose clean today and just stay out of trouble. Coast along in the wheels. Save energy for the battles to come. So 40 kilometres to go on this first stage of Tour de Hongrie. 166 kilometres in total. Final 40. Because they approached the finish line from a different direction last time out, they literally made a right turn within 100 metres of the finish line. They've gone out in a long loop and now will approach the finish line in a long straight run. So you can see that under the kite, the barriers begin a little way after that. It's the first sight for these riders of the complication of the finale. I think it's a complicated one for the breakaway, that's for sure, for anyone who might be clear of the field when they approach to the finish line. This time out, by the way, they're going for some sprint points. So the 5, 3 and 1 sprint points on offer. There are also those bonus seconds. And the man to watch out for here is the man that did it last time round. Walter from the Pierre Baguette squad in the red is going to be the one to watch out for. Kicks it all off. And the next man, Russard, is surely not going to be able to get to him. It's actually Filitas, I think, he's going to claim this one. Oh, he's still got 100 meters to go. It's a long one for a long one. Scrap that one. Filitas first to the line, ahead of Rosa, Volta, and Biscata in line astern. And they'll put the band back together again, try and knit that breakaway back together. He's minded to keep going here. He's going to ask a question. Little ambush after the finish line from Martin Volter. Go down the storm. He's going to ride here a little bit. Peloton inside the kilometre mark with 800 metres to go or so. First side, but very uncomplicated for now. Lots of great work done by repairing the road in the last few days. They had to sort of do some extra repairs after the repairs were slightly damaged, so lots of attention to detail in this race. A lot of support for the riders and laying out asphalt carpet all the way to the finish. Second pass. One more appearance before they then go out for the final 19-kilometre loop that will take them back to the finish line. And they're doing it properly. Next time round they sprint again, by the way. More bonus seconds on offer. He's keeping going. I'm not sure what the thinking here was. I mean, you would imagine that that group seemed to be working in decent cooperation. Maybe he just wants, whatever way it's going to work out, whatever way he's, you know, you're going to have a last man standing situation, he wants to be the last man standing. Even if it means they're hauled back earlier. You sort of think that this kind of investment potentially is going to have an effect on the... Let's get a look at this again. And Filitas just after the sprint, there's confirmation. Filitas got that one handily from Balas Rosas. Or Rosa. Volter, of course, won the first sprint of the day. If he wants to win the last sprint, maybe he thinks, I'll go solo here for 19 kilometres. I can do that and guarantee top points and win the breakaway prize for what that's worth. You might think, why not? You know, why not give it a bit of a cut and go for glory and make a name for yourself? But if you have gone in the breakaway with the others and you do want to last as long as possible, I feel that it's got to be counterproductive, given that there was pretty good cooperation between the riders to the point where they had that intermediate sprint, and that they could just settle back in after the sprint and continue to rotate, share the workload, and to hold the peloton off for as long as possible. This solo contribution here means they've kind of divided the workload out a little bit. Everyone is riding solo or just with the assistance of one rider. No quick steps in this particular little trek, which they support this. It certainly is little treks out there, so they'll be looking with great interest to see how Thibaut Nesque gets on today. Also in their lineup, Nathaniel Tesfacion, and they have Fabio Fellini and Jacopo Mosca, the two Italian riders. They're still likely to try his luck in an early break between now and the end of the week. Fellini not quite fancy the punchy stage if he's climbing well. Matej Vacek is the national road race champion of Czech Republic, and Otto Bogdan, the Belgian representative. The other Belgian representative is the Hero Track. That's full today. Swiss riders finding each other in the bunch. Hirschi and Conflad, Matteo Badolatti, both of them have performed well in this particular event. Hirschi, the reigning champion. As I mentioned, Badolatti, 4th overall in the Tour of Hongrie a few years ago. 2020 to be precise. I think the Q36.5 pro cycling team, who lined up behind Badolatti, have a really strong lineup. But like this event, Fredrik Hagen, 5th overall in 2022. Kamil Maletsky, 2nd overall in 2018. And Damien Howson, one of 2 riders in this event that have won the event in the past. Also, he won it in 21. He also finished 3rd the previous year. Damien Howson, how's your form? We're going to find out between now and the end of the week. Martin Volter's pulling faces, but it's effective stuff. Solo in the lead now, and the trio in pursuit, not making any inroads. Indeed, they're fading in the distance. 3 against 1, but maybe Volter was correct here, because he just does seem to have enough strength to hold off the other 3. Considerable strength indeed. Tim Volter, 22 years of age, from Program in Czech Republic, 191 centimeters. He's a bit of a unit, 76 kilograms. He's a tall rider. 2nd year with this team, in actual fact. Meanwhile, Steen's got out of the chase here a little bit. There's full cooperation between those riders. Biscarda is pretty keen to do what he can, but Rossa seems a bit discontented, and Philotas, who won that sprint, maybe a little bit frustrated that potentially won't have an opportunity to sprint for the top points at the finish line with 19 kilometers to go. Mind you, there's a way to go before this man, Martin Volter, out solo, gunning for glory today, actually makes it back to the finish line, which is his next major appointment, really, and potentially the summit of his ambitions today. Fourth overall in the Tour of Malopolska last year is a really standout result. String of good results at national level, but the Tour of Malopolska is a Polish 2.2, so it's a kind of third, fourth division race, but nonetheless not easy to get a result in, but a decent showcase for his ability. Won the final stage there. help move him up to 4th overall. Meanwhile, the main peloton winched along in an impressive style by Evgeny Gudich and his sprinters, the entire lineup. A little bit further down the peloton, just off the figure. So close to the front. This is Nathaniel Tesfassel. Eritrean, winner of the Tour of Rwanda on a couple of occasions. Also second in the Cadel Evans Great Ocean Road Race this year, so further opportunities are there for him this week. Main peloton snaking along the Farrell right now. The advantage gone out for your lone rider up front to 2.25 minutes, it's saying. And there you go. It's just the front row that is echeloned out nicely. So just a handful of riders getting proper shelter. Everyone else lined out in the gutter a little bit. I'm not expecting a split to be forced, but nonetheless, a bit of extra fatigue accumulated for many riders down through the line. Still, the pace is such that riders are able to chat to each other. Grenadiers just got the Connect squad. Everyone hunting in packs a little bit. Yes, Grenadiers squad have considerable opportunity, haven't they? Second overall in this race a couple of years ago. Oscar Rodriguez has moved over to the Ineos Grenadiers squad and is now certainly one to conjure with. And Leo Viviani is probably the standout sprinter. Watch out to see with interest as well how Leo Hayter gets on, the young British rider. Also have Andrew August among their number, not quite, at 18 years of age, not quite the youngest rider in the bike race, which is remarkable. The youngest rider actually is Balint Beltrosel from the Hungarian national team, they're 18-year-old. Andrew August continuing his education at the top level of racing. The major world tour outfit that is the Ineos Grenadiers squad. Also have Salvatore Puccio to do the legwork on the front of the peloton, and Cameron Worth as well, similar role likely for the veteran Australian rider. It was actually the oldest rider. They don't quite have the youngest rider in Andrew August, but they do have the oldest rider in Cameron Worth. Again, he probably won't thank me for telling it, but former triathlete. So a pretty good rower as well, isn't he? We'll see him on the front of the peloton at some stage, if not today, between now and the end of the week for sure. Walter settling into that rhythm of sustainable pain and a busy but effective style, and Volter looks in control of his efforts. Again, as I said, the major appointment for him, the next major appointment will be the finish line with 19.1 kilometers to go, at which point he will have taken a total of 7 bonus seconds, and is likely at the end of the day to be in second place overall, assuming that he's still in the main peloton, and indeed assuming that he's actually caught, because well, we can't assume it, can we? 2.5 minutes is a handy advantage for a young rider who's going to ask some big questions of the peloton today. Down the back, deep in confab with Vacek, his teammate and Czech national road race champion. So much talk about Peter Sagan at the beginning of the week. Of course, he's done a fantastic job for the Pierre Baguette squad already, in giving them some decent recognition and brand awareness for their particular sponsor. Great to see new sponsors coming in. Great to see development squads from Slovakia as well. And great to see their old champion, old champion, 34, giving something back to the sport as well by supporting that development outfit. And also great to see too that the encouragement that they've gained has propelled Martin Volter into the break today and ahead of them. I thought there was a folly in his effort. Now it's starting to look like a pretty wise investment. And inside 30 kilometres remaining, just Jaco Alula have connected up. They've decided they need to move a little bit further up the line. Callan O'Brien just leading their riders up, and Groenewegen going to pay a little bit closer attention to what's going on at the front of the race. Put himself into final mode. But the teams with their decent sprint options today, well, let's go through them. Alvaro Hodge, sprinter for the UAE Team Emirates squad. I wonder how much resource they will dedicate to trying to assist him in his efforts to take glory today. Leah Viviani, a great sprint option for the Ineos Grenadiers squad. They also have Leo Hayter. It'll be interesting to see how that one divides up. And Dylan Groenewegen, surely the sprint option for the Team Jaco Alula squad. They've got Campbell Stewart to try and organise things for him into the back end of the stage. T-Bone Nace, will he go sprinting today? We'll keep an eye out on that, see how it plays out. Emils Liepins, I suspect, is likely to be the sprinter for the Team DSM Firmenich Stonell squad. They've got one or two other options, but I think they've actually declared in their pre-event press output, that Emils Liepins, the Latvian national road race champion, is going to be their sprinter. And the peloton have hoovered up the remaining 3 riders from the breakaway, so it was a decent play from Martin Volter. I'll take it all back. He's shown himself to be a rider of power, endurance, strength, and no little ambition. And for that, we applaud you. Volter looking good. Pierre Baguette cycling team. Jakob Riemann is a useful sprinter. We'll see if he's going to be the go-to man for the Pierre Baguettes and see whether they can actually infiltrate some of those World Tour squads. Maura Hansgrohe mentioned that Sam Welsford almost certainly going to be their go-to man. And just how much resource again that they have available to support his ambitions. Dusan Rajovic is going to be an interesting option for the Bahrain Victorious squad. Decent finish. They've got Wout Poels as well, the Dutchman for general classification here this week. Will it be for Mark Cavendish? Will it be for Cees Ball amongst the Astana riders? Team Polti Cometa have Manuel Penalva, who's done some decent work in recent weeks. Coming off stage races in Italy and Turkey, in Giro Abruzzo and Tour of Turkey, to be precise. Also as a third on the stage of the Tour of Hungary in the past. Giro Pro Cycling Team, Sebastian Colze Shanizi. Is likely to be the man for them. Jana van der Paar we're looking at for the Lotto Destiny team, unless they switch their attentions and switch their plans to Jacopo Garnieri. Matteo Moschetti for the Q36.5 Pro Cycling team. How's your luck, how's your strength, how's your form, Matteo? On the stage in this event back in 2018, he's had a couple of top 5 results in stages of the Tour of Hungary, coming into today's finishing town of Hajdu Sobosla. TDT Unibet squad have assembled down the back. They're getting themselves organised for Nicholas Pedersen. Kind of get together down the back and then work your way up as a group. Adam Christoph Karl for the Eprinex Hungary cycling team. Pretty decent finishing. As indeed is Samuel Coranto for the team MBH Bank Coldpack Balan, the Italian rider. Will be, I suspect, fending for himself. I'm not sure how much collective strength is in that continental registered team to organise and lead out against the World Tour outfits, but Quaranta will do what he can. Indeed, you suspect will Jakob Riemann, his teammate out front, Martin Volter, giving everyone a boost in that team. And Barnabas Peak is my pick of the bunch from the Hungarian national team. He's only a couple of K away from the finish line now, so the second haul of maximum points at the third sprint of the day. And prospect for Martin Volter. He looked in all sorts of pain when he began this effort. Now he looks as if he's managing it nicely, looks in control. Busier at the back, isn't it? The pace is starting just to ramp up ever so slightly. Almost imperceptible at the front, but you can sense that quite a promenade, a coast in the wheels in the peloton behind. Advantage for Volter. Slips inside 2 minutes for the first time in a while. And plenty of reinforcements available. Cavendish is setting up at the back now, so that's making a little more sense for me now. It looks as if Sarita will begin the lead out for them. Rich is certainly giving a great account of himself. Been a hugely valuable asset to Mark Cavendish and friends today. The Q36.5 squad want to be ever present as well, close to the front of the main peloton to ensure that Matteo Moschetti gets an armchair ride to the finish, and Damien Howson and others are also handily placed by Delauti, Margan and others. So inside 20 kilometers remaining of this first stage of the Tour of Hungary 2024. The wrong century, the wrong millennium. Therefore, man, when he's getting the bell. You get a thrill out of this. You get a little extra boost. How much of an advantage have you got? How much can you retain? You're going to take those maximum points at the final sprint of the day. Give it up for Martin Walter. Pierre Baguette's cycling team from Slovakia, a Czech rider, taking the 5 points towards the points competition. Now 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on the finish line, and the remaining riders from the breakaway have been hoovered up. So there's bonus seconds here that could be interesting. There's a couple of GC riders going to have a little look at this, so we're going to keep an eye on exactly how this one plays out, because one or two squads want to be mindful of the opportunity just to grab a second here or there in short races. Well, you never know. Mark Hirschi's going to try and claim, but he just surprised the rest. Rodriguez is there as well, wants to make sure that he can do this. And a little bit of an investment here from Mark Hirschi. We don't often see him going at the front of big bunches to try and grab that second. I think he's going to get it. Let's see as he flashes across the finish line, and yeah, Mark Hirschi, the young sprinter, takes the second place up the line, and with it the 2 bonus seconds. So steals a bit of a march on his general classification rivals. Maybe 2 seconds to the good. A bit like Lando Lux that will get up for the final bonus second on offer there. Another GC potential, the Belgian rider. And Martin Walter has got what he needed out of the day. His advantage has shrunk rapidly. That was quite the wind-up for that little sprint before the big one. A somewhat negative impact on the advantage of your lone raider out front, down to a single minute, 17.6 kilometers to go. Nicely judged by the main peloton. The sprinters will be grateful, I think, that that has reduced the complications for them and focused their attentions on getting themselves organised and getting the lead out organised for the finishing sprint. Mark Hirschi, a nice account of himself there, nicely set up. Converted well. He was sprinting for quite a long time there. Quite the same physical properties as your standard bunch sprinter, but road race cyclists are great all-rounders. The sprinters can often climb pretty well. The climbers can often sprint pretty well. As confirmation, Walter gets the 3 bonus seconds and the 5 points. Hirschi leading Locks and the rest of the main peloton in behind, just over a minute back. And now it's back to the Astana squad. Now it's back to a situation where Mark Cavendish is picking up on the tail of Case Ball. So for sure it is a lead out for Mark Cavendish today. Marco Murku is just going to lock it out one behind him, and he's on the blog constantly, talking to his teammates, talking to the team car, getting information, getting themselves organised and understanding precisely the distance to the finish. A long way to go from here. Quite the investment here from the Astana squad. And they want to announce themselves as the squad to be doing it. Michele Guzzoli, I didn't mention him actually. He's the rider on the front of the main peloton at the moment for the Astana Kazakhstan squad. Followed by Glib Syriza, followed by Case Ball, Mark Cavendish and Michael Murku. And then Giddick, who was doing lots and lots of legwork early on, he's just going to recover for as long as he possibly can. Might just have one more turn for them. His work is substantially to this point already done, but look at that, he's actually going to work his way to the front here. And Evgeny Giddick is going to try and take the heat off Guzzoli for as long as he possibly can. Well, he's just slotting in second. And he and Guzzoli are going to stay on the front for as long as possible, control for as long as they possibly can, and just give Syriza, Ball and Cavendish as much of an easy ride to the finish line as they possibly can. Murko as well, of course, will move ahead of Cavendish. That's, one would imagine, how they have dreamed it. It's not so easy to imagine when you're in the bus, when you're training as at team camps. It's difficult to do it up against other teams that have completely different agendas. Pierre Baguette's setting up. Sagan was at the back of their lineup. I was kind of half expecting it would be Rima. Sagan's first bike race, a road race at any rate, in something like 220 days. Hasn't had a road race victory since June of 2022. Almost 2 years now since he won his home national road race championships. Giddick has done a lot of legwork today, so he's pulling loads of faces. Not sure how much more he's got of this. Guzzoli could be out front for a while, but well, he certainly has done great work for the team today, so they'll be grateful for that contribution, and he'll stay on the front for as long as he possibly can, as long as the other teams let him. Reducing the complication for the rest of the Astana team. Walter's still out front. His arrival back in the fold, well, imminent now, inside 30 seconds. And there'll be no holding back from the main peloton. Hunting down their adversary, but more importantly, making it as demanding as possible for other teams to move up. The teams won't be too bothered about it. Giddick just drops off the front. Guzzoli pick it up again. The Pierre Baguettes have Peter Sagan in their lineup. Maybe he fancies going raining today. Maybe there's a top 10 on offer here for Peter Sagan. A return to form, that would be. Oh, they're sending the vehicles ahead. He knows the game is up. Great investment here from Martin Volta. Made a name for himself today. And if he hangs on in the main bunch, heading to a spot potentially second soon. Yeah, could be second overall at the end of the day. Now they fan out wide across the road, like vultures waiting to pounce. Barring Victoria's squad, want to keep their lineup as close to the front as possible. Will it be for Rajovic? Sort of believe and expect that that's what they're going to do. Barring Victoria's squad will also want to keep their GC favourites out of trouble and as close to the front as possible, all the way to that final 3 kilometres where they'll breathe a collective sigh of relief. The GC men will at any rate, knowing that they will be given the time of the bunch they're in at the end of the day, regardless of any mishap they might encounter in terms of a crash or a mechanical failure. So he's back in, and we are Cupra Capato once more inside 13 kilometres remaining of the day in Tour de Hongrie, and we're winding up for the big sprint. The Astana squad still own it, but for how much longer? Gulping down the energy drink. It's Guzzoli on the front of the peloton, but the massed ranks of Team Polti-Cometa, Bahrain victorious. What a destiny. One of the pre-stage favourites, Jarno van der Paar, in fine form and also nicely nestled in the wheels of his teammates on the left-hand side of the bunch. Multi-Cometas have Peñalba in some decent form as well. Third on the stage of Abruzzo and Tour of Turkey later. Jaco Lulebow. Pre-stage favourite, Dylan Groenewegen. There's the form, Dylan. It's going to be organised and presented to the finish line by Campbell Stewart today. Giddick's going back to the front again. Bit of a stall at the front. Giddick gets a little bit of recovery and says, you know what, I will give something more. And, always amazing to see. Admits it is on the front for the Lot of Destiny squad. Alti Kometa is beside them. Division 2 outfits with big potential in this event. TDT Unibet want to try and move up and infiltrate, maybe for Pedersen. But this is the bit of the calm before the storm. No one wants to make a huge investment here. Everybody wants to keep as many riders available for the final flurry, the final charge to the line inside the final few kilometres. So it's a fast but not quite maximum intensity pace at the moment. Those purple and yellow colours of the Team Corotec Vini Fantini. Jakub Moreczko knows what it's like to taste glory in the Tour of Hungary. 3-stage victories in his career at this particular event in the past. And they're just nestling in the pocket there. Looking up against the Team Jaco Alula riders. So they know where Dylan Groenewegen is at the moment. Lots of the teams will be taking their cue from the big Dutch sprinter is doing as we get closer and closer to the finish line. Peter Sagan's in there. And as has often been the case over the years, he's kind of surfing the wheels and doing his own thing. And he's got a teammate, he's got teammates further back. They'll watch with interest, I think. Lischke, who I suspect is going to be asked to organise things for Riemann. We'll see how that works out. But is Peter Sagan going to give something specific to the team, or is he going to be given something of a freestyle role? Looks like he's lining up behind fellow former world champion Mark Cavendish. Astana team. I mean, it's a good play, isn't it? Because the Astana team have put the hand up and said, we want to be one of the top teams today. Jaco and Astana have done all the chasing today, and that's sort of, you know, put the collective mindset in the team is we are absolutely the dominant squad here. We want this. So much is about the psychological impact of these investments. Someone has to do the chasing, but then certain teams decide to take it on. It has sort of a focusing effect on the rest of the team, most particularly their sprinter. Some sprinters crumble under the pressure. Others say, I've seen what my team can do for me, and I'm going to honour their efforts with my absolute best endeavours. And well, they all want to win, but then you are depending to a certain extent on the circumstances and on an uncomplicated finale. And I'll tell you what, this is not a pace right now that is going to make things uncomplicated. The longer they go at something that is less than intense pace, the absolute maximum intensity, the more complicated things could potentially become, because more and more riders will feel that they can get involved in the sprint. More of the third division squads which wouldn't necessarily have the collective strength will feel we can move up here, we can get involved, maybe even just chance an attack or two, which wouldn't necessarily go down all that well. That's why you've seen the likes of Euskal Kaluskari, Evian Abrasturi. He's won the first stage of the event in the past. He took the first stage of the Tour of Hungary back in 2020. The orange team of Abrasturi. Fine option for them. Hirschi at the back of the lineup for the UAE Team Emirates squad at the moment, but Alvaro Hodge just one in front, number 5. He'll be their go-to option. Hirschi is just taking his cue from the lead out for the UAE Team Emirates squad. Ineos Grenadiers look like they're going to set up for Leo Hayter today. Viviani's second in line. He's on great track now. His brother Oscar Rodriguez will be keeping his powder dry. I don't see Hayter at the moment. I think maybe he's just moving up. We'll keep an eye out. August just to the back of their lineup. Rodriguez, number 14. Just in front just of him is Viviani. and Salvatore Puccio. Keep an eye out to see whether Leo Haver makes his way up. Since his way up through the line, not easily done. On the left-hand side of picture, the blue jerseys of the Astana squad on the front all day. Just to their right, Jacob Alula done such great work on behalf of Dylan Gruneweg, and the Bora Hansgrohe squad starting to get themselves organised. How's Sam Welsford feeling? What's the form like from the Australian fast man? The Tudor Pro cycling team have their Swedish national road race champion Lucas Eriksson in blue and yellow on the front at the moment. Chinese is their go-to likely option. Orange jerseys for Aberasturi. He's got 2 lead-outs. Yeah, it's looking more and more like it's for Viviani today. Do see 1 or 2 Ineos jerseys a little bit further back. Team DSM have Emils Liepins, Latvian national road race champion. Looks like Frank van den Broek for the overall after his great performance late in Turkey. UAE Team Emirates, that's their lineup today. They've got the reigning champion of this event, Mark Hirschi, nicely placed. Alvaro Hodge looking for a bit of glory today in the sprint. 236.5 squad in those grey jerseys with the black and yellow helmets. Matteo Moschetti knows what it's like to taste glory. And I think Giddick has said, that's all I got today. In fact, can't get out of the way because he had to ride off the road into that gravel. Just not able to sustain the pace after a huge day out. And there is, looks like we're just seeing Camworth moving up onto the front for the Ineos Grenadiers squad, but it's certainly for Viviani as things currently stand. Rodriguez setting up just behind him, their GC option. So GC riders very often just nestling one behind the sprinter and stay in there all the way to 3K to go. And then after that, hope that there's no split in the peloton that costs them a little bit of time. Fundamentally, they know that they've kept safe through to the key moment. Dylan Gruneweg, number 21. Just to his left, Mark Cavendish. Immediately to his right is Matchuk. Now, where is Welsford? Well, there he is. Welsford's got the wheel. And look at that, everybody's been shoved out left and right. Oh, right, it's down. Oh, it's almost inevitable, wasn't it? The pace isn't quite high enough, and it's just everyone trying to muscle in on top of each other, and riders hitting the deck in from the middle of the peloton. The next squad among those delayed by that one. Just as I was saying that Welsford looked like he got himself into a nice position. It just takes the tiniest bit of movement. Ouch, that could hurt. And that, fascinatingly enough, was Harm van Hoeke. It's not fascinating enough, it's kind of disappointing actually for the Royal Destiny squad. Harm van Hoeke is their GC favourite, crashing. We're inside 7 kilometres to go. He's going to have quite the chase to get back on. For the Lotto Destiny squad, their overall ambitions in this race could have been significantly affected by that. And I think the pace is such. Mark Cavendish is stepping out of this one. Is he involved in that crash? He's already been on the hit the deck already once. So he's punctured, yeah, front wheel. That's frustrating for Mark Cavendish, for indeed Peter Sagan, as he'll pick up a wheel and coast into the line from here. So no opportunity to go for glory and just see what the legs were like. But a pretty quick wheel change, I have to say, by the Pierre Baguette mechanic. And you never know, he might actually get back in. He's got 6K. Let's not rule it out. That was a quick change. So main peloton still controlled on the left-hand side of your picture by Ineos Grenadiers squad. They've got the white colours of the UAE Team Emirates directly beside them. Left-hand side of the picture now as we look at Mark Cavendish, number 71. And now he's got a big name, that is Michael Murku, the best lead out in the business, just to his left. Immediately to the right of Mark Cavendish, number 54, is Welsford. Sam Welsford, the Bora Hansgrohe Aussie rider. And the go-to sprinter. And you just feel like it's the calm before the storm here. Pace is not exactly easy, but it's not quite as intense as it can get. None of the teams struggling to maintain position here. It's all about, and very difficult to force your way through either. Konotech squad, as you see, have to line up behind the Jaco Alula squad. And lots of teams will feel that's perfect, isn't it? I'm right on the tail of Dylan Groenewegen. The only problem is all the other teams one row in front are going to be able to spill across and move in on top of you as things get really intense. But what this is a remarkably straight run-in as well. So there are no lefts or rights that, you know, tend to allow the peloton to stretch out and become thinner and become potentially a little bit safer. It's actually quite it's sort of counterintuitive, isn't it? But the longer, straighter and wider run-ins often can bring with them an extra little bit of element of sulfur. And this is one of those flat horse races, isn't it? After 160 odd kilometers of racing, it's all coming down to this. Relatively short sprint to the line, but the pace starting to ramp up, and shoulders rock from the Euskaltel riders on the front of the peloton, trying to keep their man Aberasturi in fine position, and it's becoming a little bit more demanding. World Tour watts are being applied on the front of the peloton here, and teams and riders are getting squeezed out of the line. Tudor Pro Cycling maintaining a nice position just to the left of the Ineos Grenadiers squad at the right-hand side of your picture. Little Trek trying to move riders up on the left-hand side of the bunch. T-Bone Ace, I wonder if he fancies going sprinting today. He's got different options, and he's a very fast finisher. Can also go in the last of stages 4K to go. The drag race continues, and a few holes starting to appear as the pace ratchets up. Some teams, no problem maintaining control, others fighting hard. And here's one of those little turns that are going to offer an opportunity, perhaps just to stretch it thin. Great investment here from the TTD Unibet squad. What about that? That was a nice work done by the upstarts Dutch pro team squad. Nicholas Pedersen. Maybe a chance at a late attack, force the others to chase. Cavendish, Sagan's almost back on. And that was a really impressive job. So he's got himself onto the back of the group with Harm van Houke. For Van Houke, that's even more important, I think, because he's a GC contender. I'm not sure that Peter Sagan is going to be able to make his way back up. Again, that's not ruled out. Bahrain victorious. Arashiro invests. Dusan Rajovic, fourth in line for them. No keep back pulls, out of trouble. Inside 3 to go. So that's the all-important point for the GC favourites. Inside 3 kilometres with teams and riders starting to move up. And as the Lotto Destiny team on the left-hand side of your picture try to put Jarne van der Bar into prime position. Arashio is cooked at this point. Pulls out of the line. Holti Cometas handily placed at the moment for Punyava. Just over 2 kilometres remaining on this first stage of the Tour of Hungary. It's been a slow burner today, and it's building up nicely to a crescendo conclusion. Jaco Alula trying to take command at the front of the main peloton. Where's their man? Dylan Groenewegen down towards the bottom of your shot. Oh, briefly as we switch the line of attack and the line of view. And the Astana squad want to move to the front once more and take it up. Gleb Syriza trying to line it up. How's Mark Cavendish getting on? Well, he's got some of the big-name sprinters in around him at the moment. Welsford thereabouts. Cavendish is right on the tail of Michael Murko and looking pretty good. Great investment from the Jaco Alula squad. 1,500 metres to the line. It's a lifetime for these guys. A long, long way to go at absolutely massive watts. The pace well north of 60 kilometres an hour. For how much longer can they maintain this? DSM trying to move their man Emils Liepins up, and he's handily placed second in line of their riders at the moment. It's the Astana squad on the front as we prepare for the final kilometre of racing here on stage 1 of the Tour of Hungary. And it's Mark Cavendish moving up into a nice second position. And a big effort moving across for the Bahrain Victoria squad. They've got Dusan Rajovic, who's handily placed as we pick up the finish line cameras inside 800 metres remaining. The Astana squad with Michael Murka waiting to launch. DSM coming with a run for Lupins around the outside. Where is the big name sprinters that we've been expecting? Grunewegen and the others are coming with a late run. Welsford's there in the middle. It's going to be a drag race. The line. Marechko's there as well. Roddy's down. Jacob Luna hitting the deck. Could have done a bit. Well, the big names. Well, let's focus on who's getting the win. It's Welsford. Welsford gets the victory for the Moore Hansgrohe squad. Victory on stage 1 of the Tour of Hungary. Going to Moore Hansgrohe and Sam Welsford. A massive impact within the final 100 metres. Many riders coming to grief there. And that was a big, fast drag race and a lot of pain sustained by several riders there as Colpack riders, the Tudor Pro Cycling squad also impacted there. At least one rider from the Jaco Lula squad going down. But no doubt about the man who got the victory. It was Sam Welsford getting to the line, timing his run to absolute perfection, taking a much-needed victory, and that'll be a considerable fillip to him. Waiting for full confirmation of the finishing results. We also saw Jakub Boreczko very handily placed, but a lot of riders still on the deck there. They'll take a while to pick themselves up off the ground, and we do sincerely hope that they will be able to step up. Let's get a look at this again. It was a really busy and chaotic finish, and that was, I do believe, Dylan Grunewegen over on the right-hand side. Look on the left as Mark Cavendish launches. He's about to pick up. Welsford's already in great shape at that point. And that was a great finish too from Sam Caranta from the team MBH Colpack, one of his teammates coming to grief. Oh, that was an absolutely horrific crash, wasn't it? And bikes flying all over the place, impacting riders on the opposite side of the bunch. Welsford's clear, home and hosed at this point. Marechko well to the fore as well. Cavendish steps off the gas in the final, 30 metres or so, potentially affecting his chances of getting a top 5 position. Finished 7th on the day, for what it's worth. Other names to conjure with, Nicholas Pedersen of the TTD Unibet squad. But it's Welsford that gets the win. That's huge for him. He'll be absolutely thrilled about that. Was, as we understood, planned to be heading to the Giro d'Italia. It didn't quite work out as he would have hoped. He didn't have a perfect run through the Tour of Turkey, but he's brought that training into the first stage of Tour de Hongrie, and he's got the victory. Fourth win of the season. Oh, it's painful stuff. Team doctors will be busy tonight. As you see Mark Cavendish launch on the left-hand side of your picture, all the action and all the difficulty happens on the right-hand side. And it was lead out for Grunewegen actually that went down, by which time it was all good for Sam Welsford. It might have been Campbell Stewart, but we'll wait for confirmation of that. Frustration for Quaranta. Ought to be relatively content with that one. Second to Sam Welsford, no shame in that. Clear bike length, clear. And Jakub Marechko up for third for the Kovacic Fantini squad. Welsford able to celebrate before he got to the line. It was a dangerous game, but on this occasion he had plenty of hand. It's a fourth victory of the season for Sam Welsford, but more importantly, it's a first victory since his dominant performance in the sprints at the Santos Tour Down Under on home soil at the beginning of the year. Into the meat of the season. and the forms come back, they'll be absolutely made up to be delivering for the Bora Hansgrohe squad. They've got the early advantage, the early lead in the overall, the points classification. They've got to win on the board. And for Bora Hansgrohe, who look towards Manuel Buchmann and Ben Zvijov for the overall general classification, it's already a successful visit to the Tour of Hungary. There's the big open-air baths that have grown up around the Spa Springs. So a few riders still receiving attention, but I think almost have that clear, actually. Anyway, there's confirmation of the finishing order at the conclusion of stage one. Sam Welsford ahead of Samuel Quaranta. Jakub Mareczko gets up for third. Pedersen, Peñalver, Cavendish, top six for him. Abrusturi, Mischke and the rest. Liepens, we understand, ninth. Jarne van der Paar for the Lot of Destiny squad had to make do with a top 10 finish. I think, yeah, Liepens just, lead outs moving around. There was some very impressive and acrobatic step-offs there, weren't there? And it's so easy for that to happen. No fault, I think, of the rider in front. It's just you're looking around for your sprinter. One flew east, one flew west situation there. It was indeed Campbell Stewart that was first to hit the deck, and a painful visit to the tarmac as well. And that Tudor Pro Cycling rider. When you see the Hungarian team bike absolutely flies across the main peloton here, and causes further shenanigans, angst, confusion, worry and panic from those riders that looked as if they were going to avoid it. It might have been Chinese, that was the Tudor Pro Cycling team rider, but again, all to be confirmed. That is confirmation of your finishing order at the conclusion of stage one. Welsford from Quaranta, Mareczko, Pedersen, Peñalver, Cavendish. I mean, I think it could have been a slightly better finish for Cavendish had he kept going, but obviously for a rider of his calibre and his extraordinary palmares, nothing better than a victory really counts, and he's still waiting for that. He's thereabouts. Abrusturi getting up for seventh. Mischke Liepens is slightly interrupted, runs the line, and Jarne van der Paar rounding up the top 10. He's substantially your top 10 in general classification, with a couple of interlopers from the early break of the day. Most notably Martin Volter, the last man standing, who took the greatest haul of points from the breakaway riders. Looking forward now to the presentation as we get another look at this slightly horrific ouch. Meanwhile, unmolested, unscathed, unleashing an unbeatable sprint, Sam Welsford.
Congratulations with the first victory. You had the yellow jersey. It was quite a peaceful stage with a little bit hectic ending because of the crash. How do you see it?
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit nervous about the wind in the first half of the stage, but I don't think it was quite enough. So then, yeah, we had quite a relaxed day until we hit the circuits, and that's when the really race started. And the brake did a really good job of trying to stay away. We only caught them in the last lap, so hats off to them. And lucky enough, I had a good position in the sprint. Had to use other trains as such, but yeah, really happy with how the legs are feeling, and being able to sprint off the wheel and get my first win here in Hungary is nice.
Tomorrow will be a little bit more hillier stage, but also a flat one. Is it sweet to you?
Yeah, I think tomorrow should be a sprint. Obviously, we'll have to help with the chase and see what the bunch wants to do, but I think it'll probably be a sprint. I can't see the climbs being too long enough to drop a lot of the sprinters. I think the GC race really starts on stage 3 into stage 5 and stage 4 almost. So hopefully another sprint day and we go again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
That's very matter of fact about that one, wasn't it? Man from Subiaco, the suburb of Perth in Western Australia, celebrating another great victory. 4 for the season. Another opportunity for him tomorrow. He and his team will take responsibility for the pacemaking, and Sam Welsford is your overall leader. He will wear yellow into tomorrow's stage. Martin Volter will probably have the points jersey to look after. Czech rider finishing, oh no, of course not the second in the points, but he's second overall at 3 seconds as a result of the bonus seconds taken. Samuel Corantha will probably have that points jersey. Jakub Moreczko 4th ahead of Rosa, Filitash, Hirschi on the rest. Hirschi gaining a couple of bonus seconds, proving useful. Great recovery too by Han van Houke, getting onto the back of the peloton into the closing stages of the day, having hit the deck with about 7k to go. Speaking of hitting the deck, let's get another look at it. Busy and hectic finale. And Welsford taking his cue from others, managing to latch on to what was a very committed display by the Astana squad. Murku getting set to launch Mark Cavendish and looking in good shape at this moment. Cavendish going for glory. Meanwhile, opposite side of the road, all hell broke loose. So we get set for a podium presentation coming up very shortly, as we get more of the sights Haidu Subuslu. We also get set for a big day out tomorrow. 162 kilometers in prospect tomorrow. Just over 1,000 meters of climbing. Shouldn't be too daunting. What climbs there are come at the very beginning and the very end of the stage, so shouldn't that second categorized climb of the day is a third category climb, so relatively short climb, just a few kilometers, and that comes with about 25 kilometers from the finish line. There is one little spike about 15k to go that could be interesting. But as Sam Welsford has already told us, it shouldn't prevent the really strong, informed sprinters from maintaining a position close to the front of the field. Likely to be a big group sprint, and the GC teams will be entirely content with that. So presentation of jerseys about to be made as we remind ourselves of the key events of this first stage of the 45th edition of the Tour of Hongrie. Slow burner of a day for the riders, absolutely pan flat, 166 kilometres in prospect. 4 riders launching from flag drop. Quickly into the solid rhythm, 3.5 minutes the maximum lead for the 4 up front. All smiles are pretty relaxed for Peter Sagan, Bill Groenewegen and others. 1 or 2 reminders of the dangers of the sport. 5 riders going down in that one, including Sagan. First race in 220 days. Which way they scratch anyway. Martin Walter took the most out of the break in terms of the intermediate bonus seconds. And the first unpaired sprint. Well, it wasn't a sprint the first on the third occasion, was it? It was all solo by then. Second sprint going the way of Philotas, the local man. And Philotas, I suspect, is going to be declared as our leading Hungarian rider, but that's to be decided. I've got that data to hand. But useful bonus seconds gained, and if he's managed to hang on in the main peloton, that would have been enough. 3 riders retained from the early break. Final man, Walter taking the final intermediate sprint at the finish line with just under 20 kilometres remaining. And then it came down to the sprint behind for the minor positions in that intermediate sprint, and Mark Hirschi taking up very, very useful 2 bonus seconds. The reigning champion, knowing that he's come here and he means business. Walter retained. Came down to the finishing kick. Complicated finale with difficulties for some. But a perfectly timed effort from Sam Welsford. Picking up from the Astana lead-out train. Timing his run to perfection. The strength to deliver. As others came to grief. And Welsford was nobly placed to deliver another important result for the Warhouse Sprint squad. And Sam Welsford very shortly to be presented to the crowd here at the finish line. It's Hajdu Supposlo.
The winner of the first stage is riding for the Hongrie, Sam Welsford.
Well, for 4th time this year, Sam Welsford collects the spoils of victory in a major international stage race.
Give it up for the stage winner, Sam Welsford. Congratulations. Gratulálunk.
Confirmation once more. Sam Welsford gets to the line ahead of the Italian duo Samuel Quaranta and Jakub Mareczko. Pedersen, good performance from the TTD Unibet rider. Peñalver, another good result as well for the Ponte Cometa rider. Mark Cavendish coasted in 6th after a decent lead out, decent opportunity for him today. Looked decent today, didn't he? And ahead of Abrasturi, Liska, Liepens and Jarno van der Pal. Jerseys to distribute. at least the all-important yellow one.
Kramer Károly urat, a Tour de Hongrie főszervezőjét, aktív Magyarország államtitkárán. Az első szakasz után a Visit Balaton 365 sárga trikóját kapja a Bora Hansgrohe kerékpárosa, Sam Welsford!
Yeah, big day out for Sam Welsford in the Tour of Hungary. The Bora Hansgrohe man will swap team colours.
Sam Welsford!
First leader's jersey of the week. He'll be easy to pick at tomorrow. He'll really have a similar run to the line. Maybe a slightly different finale. We'll have a finishing circuit. We'll make things at least familiar for them, but pecking order has been established among the sprinters.
Minden a helyén, tehát még egyszer nagy tapsot a sárga trikósnak, Sam Welsfordnak! Give it up for the overall classification leader, Sam Welsford!
He'll be back up very shortly. Three-second margin of general classification advantage for Sam Welsford over Raider in the breakaway today, Martin Volter. And Quaranta, what a great job he did today. An Italian sprinter. In the H compact balance squad. Certainly punching above their weight against World Tour opposition, and I think for Quaranta that'll give him great encouragement as he got his climbing legs on. Just how demanding those climbs are going to be tomorrow. We'll get a sight of them ahead of tomorrow's stage and get a sense of what's involved for the riders, but I think it's going to be another one for the sprinters, especially given how demanding that Friday stage is and how demanding the penultimate stage is on Saturday as well.
A díjak átadására Varga Péter urat a Skoda képviseletében. Az összetett pontversenyben élen álló versenyző, ezzel a zöld trikó birtokosa, a Bora Hansgrohe kerékpárosa, Sam Welsford!
Well, Welsford has the lead of the points classification. He won points, of course, in his home national tour, Tour Down Under, in January. And the victory tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. Actually, so many opportunities for the GC riders this week, and decent points distribution as well in the for the breakaway riders. You can see lots of different contenders for the points classification. I think for Welsford, with all sprinters, the maximum focus is on the victory, and then the jerseys look after themselves. In events like the Tour de France, where points jersey becomes the focus of greater attention from class riders of varying different strengths and abilities.
Nagy tapsot át még egyszer a zöld trikósnak, Sam Welsfordnak!
How inspiring is that for the next generation of bike rider? The emergence in the recent years of Italo Valter and of course Blanca Vas. That proved to be quite an inspiration.
Még egyszer nagy tapsot Sam Westfordnak! Give it up for the green jersey winner, Sam Westford!
More stuffed toys for Sam to bring home.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for the green jersey winner.
There goes the sprinter in good shape. Sure, we're representing Mountains jersey, but we certainly do have the need to present the leader of the Hungarian rider classification. Yeah, it's Quaranta will wear that jersey. Valter is actually third in that classification, just a single point behind Quaranta after his visits to the break today. Could conceivably, of course, have been level with Welsford and wearing that jersey, but just bested at that second sprint of the day. Nonetheless, he'll be thrilled with his visit to the break today. The Czech rider Martin Volter with much to take from a brave and committed performance.
The leader of the Hungarian classification and winner of the white jersey is Rózsa Balázs.
Well, Rózsa has taken the all-important first white jersey of the week. So important for the Hungarian riders, who are numerous in this event, of course, for two Hungarian teams, with the Hungarian national squad and, of course, the FNX Hungary cycling team. He's represented in the break today with Balázs Rózsa, the FNX rider, 28-year-old, former national road race champion, winning this event in the past. Knows what it takes.
For the white jersey winner is Rózsa Balázs.
Bonus seconds taken at the first two sprints of the day, enough to separate himself from the rest of the riders in the main peloton. So, as I understand it, that completes our presentation of jerseys today. Filitas taking some good points as well. Look as if he might be potentially the man to get it. Whereas Rózsa had by the narrowest of margins. I presume the sprint to the line in the main peloton. Got that one. Two Hungarians duking it out. We'll see an alteration to that in a couple of days' time, but no doubt that Hungarian riders are going to be interested in making it at the break tomorrow.
Főszervezőjén. A hegyi összetett versenyben élenálló versenyző, ezzel a piros trikó tulajdonosa. A Pierre Baguette Cycling Team versenyzője, Martin Wolter!
So I'm not sure, I think this is the climber's jersey has actually been awarded to Martin Wolter. Now, there were no climbs today, but last man standing from the break, and someone has to wear that jersey tomorrow, so interesting decision here, and I kind of agree with it. It's almost like the breakaway consolation prize, but he's replacing a pretty much totally red jersey with a totally red jersey, so he's not going to be that much different in appearance from his teammates. But the climbers classification is being led by Martin Wolter. He's got that jersey.
Hegyi összetett versenyző, vezető versenyző, Martin Wolter! The leader of the mountains classification is Martin Wolter.
I'm pretty sure that does absolutely conclude our podium presentations here on stage 1 of the Tour de Hongrie. Looking forward now to stage 2. From Tokai to Kazinc-Baciska. 162 kilometers in total, just over 1,000 meters of climbing, as I said. So we've got 2 King of the Mountains opportunities tomorrow, and they neatly bookend 3 intermediate sprints, more than seconds on offer at the road. Little sting in the tail, which could make things interesting for 1 or 2 of the sprinters. Should be one for the gallopers tomorrow, and we'll head into the mountains on day 3. The Tour de Hongrie edition 45 is very much up and running. We're looking forward to that. My name is Declan Quigley. It's been my very great pleasure to bring these images to you today on behalf of all of the broadcast team here in Hungary. We're looking forward to stage 2. I do hope that you can join us for that. But for now, from all of us here, thanks for watching and